House will please come to order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer today by the gentleman from the 8th District, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pray. Father, we come to you today humbly, thanking you that on day 60 we can look back and realize that we have indeed, in fact, made a difference in many areas for the lives of people in this state. And we've weathered sickness, we've weathered separation from our families and our loved ones. We've survived debates and many times become closer as a result. We pray your blessing on the remainder of this session, this day. Draw us together as a unified body to represent this state. Now, Father, just thank you for the health that we all walk in. Thank you that you gave your Son that we could live. And all these things we ask in Jesus' name. And the body said, Amen.
Please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the lady from the 31st, Delegate Mazaki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What an honor it is to be able to recite the pledge to our flag. Please, I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Friday, March 8th, 2024.
Gentleman the 27th, Delegate Griffith.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Griffith, asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections heard. Gentleman 96 for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Rules met and moved committee substitute for Senate Bill 571 and committee substitute for Senate Bill 716 to House calendar. We also moved committee substitute for Senate Bill 453 to follow after committee substitute for Senate Bill 280. And we moved committee substitute for Senate Bill 352 and Senate Bill 461 to the foot of all bills.
Introductions. Gentleman the 43rd, Delegate Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to announce that sponsored by the West Virginia Academy of Family Physicians and celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Doctor Today program. Our family doctor today is Dr. Tracy Hendershot from Elizabeth. Please give him a warm welcome.
Gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions today. First, my wife has joined us in the gallery to my right up here. If you all will make her feel welcome. And secondly, we have a real treat today. Probably the best looking guy I have ever seen in my life is sitting up there in the gallery as well, my identical twin brother, Ron Foster.
Gentleman the 13th, Delegate Hackert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have my beautiful wife, Heather, on the floor with me, and my grandson that has turned into my other son, Tanner Ferguson, will be paging. Thank you. Make him feel welcome. This damn thing.
Are there other introductions? Chair recognizes due to the nature of the day today, we will return periodically for purposes of other introductions. Standing committee reports, select committee reports, executive messages, Senate messages.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has rejected the House amendments and requests the House to recede on Senate Bill 155, creating Violent Crime Prevention Act.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 61st, Delegate Jeffries.
Mr. Speaker, the introduced bill would have required submission of ballistic data to NIBIN upon a person being charged with certain crimes. The House amended the bill so that the person must be convicted of those offenses before the ballistics data from any firearms used would be required to be submitted to NIBIN. Law enforcement agencies may already submit ballistics data to NIBIN voluntarily. The House amendment merely clarifies there must be a conviction before ballistics data related to the crime are required to be submitted. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House refuse to recede from the House amendment.
Gentleman from the 61st moves that the House refuse to recede from its position. Gentleman of the 61st moves that the House refuse to recede from its position with respect to the amendments made to Senate Bill 155, and therefore requests a committee of conference on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, and that the Speaker therefore be authorized to appoint a committee of 3 to represent the House on the part of that conference committee. Motion is debatable. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. The chair will name the conferees on our next recess. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4786, Delivery Network Company Insurance Model Act.
The message will be received. Gentleman from the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment contained technical and stylistic changes. However, the amendment also modified the definition of personal vehicle. The definition of personal vehicle is now significantly more broad and could potentially include large trucks and trailers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and with further amendment.
Gentleman moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 4786. There appears to be some uncertainty as to the availability of the amendment, so Chair will ask the clerk to please read the amendment.
This is HFA Fast 3-8, number 1. Delegate Fast moves to amend the bill on page 2, section 33-63-1, line 38, by striking the word and on page 2, section 33-63-1, line 39, by striking the period and inserting a semicolon in lieu thereof, and on page 2, section 33-63-1, after paragraph B, by inserting the following. C, a 2-axle vehicle the primary purpose of which is the transportation of passengers, including motorcycles and mopeds. This is HFA Fast 3.3-8, number 1.
You've heard the amendment read. The question is still on the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with the further amendment just read by the clerk. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We had 92 ayes, 7 nays, and 1 member absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4786, Delivery Network Company Insurance Model Act.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment, committee substitute for House Bill 4851 to allow for public and private schools in West Virginia to employ security personnel.
That message will be received. Gentleman, the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed Senate amendment removes the language from the bill after passage from the House and inserts the provisions of the Guardian Act as passed in the Senate. This frustrates the original intent of the bill as presented and passed in the House. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment and request that the Senate recede from its position.
The gentleman moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment and therefore ask the Senate to recede from its position on committee substitute for House Bill 4851. This is a debatable question. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman, the 79th, Delegate Hansen, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the delegate from the 61st yield for some questions?
Yes.
Thank you. What's the difference between the Guardian Act that the Senate passed and the bill that originally came from the House?
There's a lot of differences in implementation, but the primary one is that the Guardian Act, they can have honorably discharged veterans as opposed to former law enforcement.
In the Guardian Act, what was that now?
Yeah, the Guardian Act, there's a lot of differences, but the primary difference is they can have honorably discharged veterans as opposed to just former law enforcement officers.
Honorably discharged veterans in opposed as to former law enforcement. That's the difference. And in the independent contractors in the Guardian Act.
How is that different from the House version? I thought the House version was all about retired military and police serving as school security officers. Is that right?
It's former law enforcement in the House version.
Former law. So the Senate version broadens that to include
That is correct.
former military. Okay. And then another question that I was trying to find out the difference as I was flipping back and forth. The original bill from the House has a paragraph related to what they're allowed to do in schools. This was an issue that I had brought up when it was up in committee, I believe, about whether these officers can be used to enforce discipline on students. Is that discipline language still in the Senate version?
Ours was much more specific to their duties as what the Senate's was.
So the Senate version doesn't necessarily mention discipline, so it could include discipline.
No, it's not thought so.
It does not what?
It's not thought that it is, no.
Okay, my other question is about training. We had some debate about the training required for these officers. Is the training specified in the Senate version?
There's certain criteria, but they don't list the training requirements like ours does.
It does not list the training criteria like our bills do.
Would any training be required?
There is training, but it's not as specific as what ours was.
Okay, so it does require some type of training.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for answering those
Very
questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman with 77, Doug Stout, is recognized on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite honestly, this is a piece of legislation that I started working on after session last spring. Worked with several different groups on the piece of legislation that we sent over to the Senate. And I will tell you that if you've looked at both of them side by side, I think that you will see that the House version is far superior to what they struck out and sent back over. So I will tell you the truth in it all. There's a lot of differences that's suddenly mentioned in there. It's more about the veterans being put in. They also incorporated, which we have in ours, they did put the municipal police in it. But at the end of the day, our bill would allow counties, some of the counties out there that can't afford to do this contracting, it would allow retired people that fits into that criteria, that bill, to be able to volunteer to go into those schools. The Guardian bill does not allow that, does not allow that exception. Our training is far superior to what we have received back in here. Quite frankly, I will tell you, and this may be personal, but I don't want my name associated with that bill if it moves forward. I'll do everything I could to kill that bill because I went over and spoke in the Senate committee and asked them to put at least one thing back in there. It was detainment. We need to have these officers in our school. We don't want arrest powers, but we do want them to be able to detain these people that may come in and want to do harm in our school system long enough to at least see what's going on and get the arresting officers to come there who can make a decision saying, no, we do not believe that there is a need for an arrest here. So quite frankly, I could stand here for an hour and a half and tell you what I believe is the differences in these two bills, but I would ask and urge that you vote for this. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 55th, Doug Akers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is what we've been sent, a completely different bill. It's a Senate bill. It's not even, these aren't amendments. This is a completely separate piece of legislation. So it's not what the gentleman from the 77th originally proposed at all. I would not support this new version. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question still is on the gentleman's motion that the House refuse to concur and ask the Senate to recede. Gentleman from the 79th, Doug Hanson, is recognized.
Thank you. To speak to the bill.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Now that I had some questions answered and I was able to look back and forth between the bills, I did want to speak to the bill.
To the motion?
To the motion.
Yes,
speak to the motion. I'm concerned about something in the original bill about the purpose of the school security officers. According to the House version of the bill, they're here they will be in schools for the singular purpose of maintaining order and discipline, preventing crime, investigating violations, etc. But it has that word discipline in there, maintaining order and discipline. Whereas the Senate version, the purpose is to provide public safety and/or security on school grounds. So again, this is an issue I brought up when this bill was originally moving through the House. I have concerns about armed security guards being given the power to enforce discipline in our K through 12 schools. I'm not sure that people with guns who are in our schools should be called in to a classroom if there's an unruly student, a young student, perhaps throwing a tantrum or something like that. I don't think that kids in schools should be confronted by armed school security officers for disciplinary problems. I know the gentleman from the 77th has put in an enormous amount of time, and I respect all his efforts on this, and I think he's trying to do a good thing to keep our children safe. But I do have a problem with that, and for that reason, I would speak in opposition of the motion in order for us to then accept the Senate version.
Is there other debate on the motion by the gentleman from the 61st, Doug Jeffries? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the motion? If not, the question is on the gentleman's motion that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and ask the Senate to recede from its position on committee substitute for House Bill 4851. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. The House appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment, committee substitute for House Bill 5084, require retailers to verify identification and age upon purchase of vape products.
The message will be received. Gentleman from the 61st, Secretary Jeffries.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendment to raise the minimum age to purchase tobacco to the age of 21. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment and request that the Senate recede from its position.
The question is on the gentleman's motion that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and ask that the Senate recede from its position on committee substitute for House Bill 5084. This is a debatable question. Gentleman from the 24th, Secretary Lucas, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 51st yield for some questions? No, 51st.
First, yes.
Yeah. Well, I was actually talking about the guy from the 51st, but I'll take you. No. You're up already. Okay. No problem. Good morning. It is federal law that you have to be 21 to buy tobacco products. Why would we refuse to concur when the only thing the Senate changed was to comply with federal law?
That's a policy question.
Policy question. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for yielding. Would the Chair of Health yield?
I would be glad to.
Well, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Last day.
Happy last day. So you heard my question. It's already federal law that you have to be 21 to buy tobacco products. So why would we not concur with the Senate's amendment?
And that's what this bill does, right? It requires retailers to verify identification, and so they will do 21. But in the state of West Virginia, we believe adults are 18, not 21. And if the federal government ever changes their policy back to 18, then we're ready to go.
I see.
So we don't need to change our law. They're interjecting another policy when we're just trying to verify age.
Gotcha.
I like this suggested action.
So I would say, yeah, if I had my choice, yeah, it'd be 18. I agree with that. But federal law is 21, so why wouldn't we sync that up?
The federal law is 21, that's right. Because if we have a different president that believes that adults are 18 and you can fight and die in the military at 18, but you can't smoke a cigarette, we're not changing our policy to the federal policy just because that's what the Senate wants to do.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 49th, Doug Tully is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was my bill, and the issue that we were having in our area was very young people were going in. I don't think they were verifying age by ID, whether be it by the state or federal requirements for the age, which obviously now is 21. I think there were people even under 18 that were probably getting the vape products. That was the problem that I sought to address with this bill. I don't have an opinion on whatever action we take from here on out, but I'd like that we not lose the bill simply because we can't decide on an age. Thanks.
Is there other debate on the gentleman's motion that the House refuse to concur and ask that the Senate recede from its position on committee substitute for House Bill 5084? Gentleman from the 67th, Dr. Coop Gonzalez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the importance of this bill, and as the only 21-year-old on the floor here, I move that we concur.
Okay, a motion to concur would be in order if the current motion to refuse to concur is rejected. So the chair will note that.
I don't mean to make a motion. I just want to get the bill through.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question remains on the motion offered by the gentleman from the 61st. Lady from the 71st, Dr. Kimball's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chair of Judiciary yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. So when a male child turns 18 and becomes an adult, what is one of the things that he has to do?
He has to register for the draft.
Register for the draft?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens, why do we have to register for the draft?
Well, in case they have to compel young men to serve their country in the military, that he would be ready to do that. And so, yeah, I mean, the bottom line is an 18-year-old can carry an M16 and defend our country, but if this were 21, he could not have a dip of snuff or buy a cigarette.
Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly.
So I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
Ladies recognized.
I would like to ask the Senate, for the gentleman's motion that he made, I would like to go ahead and proceed with that action, because I do not think that we have 18-year-olds that they can go and fight and kill, be taken hostage, and maimed for the rest of their lives, but they can't go get tobacco. So thank you.
Gentleman from the 50th, Doug Pritt's recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm speaking as someone who did serve this country and who at the age of 18 did pick up cigarettes, and it's been one of the hardest things to quit I've ever done in my life. Tobacco use is the #1 leading cause of preventable death in this country. If we're adults at 18, let's take the alcohol age down to 18. They're adults, let them do it, all right? Let's let them buy marijuana. They're adults. They can make their own decisions. Let's drop it down to 18. It's a leading cause of preventable disease. I am against this motion to refuse to concur. It should be 21. We should match federal law, and this is from somebody who did serve this country. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 60th, Doug Farrell's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would my colleague, Vice Chair of Economic Development, please yield?
Gentleman does yield.
Yes. Thank you. You and I have had some discussions concerning this because we have teenage daughters and dealt with these things. And it's not that they can go in these vape shops and with their glitter lights and everything popping up on every other corner in the state and buy these things. It's they have an 18 or 19-year-old friend that can buy it for them and bring it to them, correct? They're in the same vehicle. And so, you know, it's not that we're trying to stop that 18-year-old that's conserving the military from getting that. It's the access point. We're trying, you know, the whole purpose of this bill is to stop access to minors, I would think, correct? Correct. And one of the major loopholes are they can be 18, 19 years old and be in high school, correct?
Yes, actually, and that's one of the things that's happening is those who have early birthdays are actually purchasing this stuff, bringing it into the schools, and getting freshmen addicted to it.
Basically have a little business going inside the school.
Oh, yeah. Trust me. There's been many of times my wallet's been thin on the morning.
Okay, thank you for yielding.
You're welcome.
May I speak to the bill?
Gentleman is recognized. The motion. Gentleman is recognized to speak to the motion.
Motion, I'm sorry. And as the gentleman from Fayette just mentioned, you know, these are things, you know, even as an 19-year-old, I think every one of us in this room go back 18, 19 years old, we might be able to serve in the military, but we weren't making the best decisions for ourselves. But a lot of them at that point that I would regret. And as he said, picking up something, you know, it might seem like the cool thing to do at that point, at 18 or 19 years old even, you're setting yourself up for a lifelong battle with a substance that is harmful to yourself. And so at the end of the day, let's go back to what the intent of this bill was, and that was to try to stop the flow of this product into our teenagers, all the way down into our middle schoolers. But a big access point, and I know the ones that I know, and I taught, and I was in high schools, and 9 times out of 10, their access point was a friend that was 18, 19, that was a buddy, or in there, that was their access point. This helps close that loophole, so I would refuse the notion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there other debate on the gentleman's motion? If not, the question again is, the gentleman's motion that yes, gentleman of the 25th Doug Hornbuckle is recognized.
It's a point of inquiry.
You want to state the question?
If one were to vote in the red on this motion, then we would be accepting the raising of the age to 21?
No, sir. If the motion is rejected, then we will simply have received the Senate message and taken no action upon it. At that time, a motion to concur in the Senate amendment would be in order.
Thank you.
But a motion to reject the Senate message or the Senate amendments is not equivalent to a motion to accept them. It would take a separate motion.
Thank you.
So the question again, is there further debate on the gentleman's motion? If not, the question is, shall the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and title amendments and ask that the House recede from its position on committee substitute for House Bill 5084? A roll call vote on that motion is requested. Is the request sustained? Request is sustained. Question is, shall the motion be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 53 ayes, 44 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 5553 to provide and change graduation requirements and change duties relating to academic content standards.
That message will be received. Gentleman with 61st, Dr. Jeffries.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment by the Senate changes 1/2 credit of personal finance and computer science to 1/2 credit of personal finance or computer science. The intent was to include both of these. Changing this language frustrates the purpose of the bill. Additionally, the Holocaust teaching is outside the scope of the intended legislation. The Senate amendment changes the requirement to complete a course in personal finance and computer science and adds additional instruction outside of the scope of the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and ask that the Senate recede from its position.
You've heard the gentleman's motion. The motion is that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and ask that the Senate recede from its position on committee substitute for House Bill 5553. Gentleman from the 54th is recognized to debate on the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. So the Senate amendments did 2 different things. One, it changed the requirement a bit, but the last thing they amended the required teaching for age-appropriate teaching of the Holocaust for high school students into the bill?
Yes.
Okay, and you feel that's outside of the scope of creating requirements for graduation?
It's currently being taught.
Yeah, but this puts it in code and requires it to be taught. It's not in code, right?
It's a national and state standard that has to be taught.
It's already a national and state standard that it has to be taught.
Okay, and where is that in code?
It's not in state code.
It's not in state code.
Okay. Thank you for yielding.
Absolutely.
I would urge rejection of the motion. I think that the Senate amendments are within the scope. It's a bill that a lot of groups in this state, including the Holocaust Education Commission, which is appointed by the governor, something that they've been trying to do for a long time to get this passed. It's the wording of the bill, I believe, is based on the writings of Edith Levy, who was a Holocaust survivor, who passed away a few years ago. He passed away last year. So yeah, I would urge rejection of the motion and to accept the reasonable Senate amendments that we teach the Holocaust for 10th graders. I don't see a problem with that.
The gentleman from the 38th, Doug Ellington, is recognized on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge adoption of the motion. The purpose of the bill was to continue the half credit on personal finance, but add to that a half credit on computer science. The Senate amendment removes that and has one or the other. We also increased the opportunity for those to be taught from 9th grade on, particularly so the VOTEC students can use both of those courses. Now, the addition of the Holocaust part also increased that they have to read the Diary of Anne Frank in addition to that. And again, that was not the purpose of what the original bill was, so I urge that the Senate recede from their position.
The gentleman from the 79th, Douglas Hanson, is recognized on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from the 54th brought up the West Virginia Commission on Holocaust Education, which is in state code. It's been in state code for quite a while now. And one of the purposes of that commission is to work with schools to provide age-appropriate materials for the study of the Holocaust. Making sure that the Holocaust is taught in our schools is very important for a number of reasons, but one reason it's important is because there are very few Holocaust survivors remaining on this earth. And the gentleman from the 54th mentioned Edith Levy, who died last year. She was one of the driving forces behind the establishment of the Commission on Holocaust Education, and one of the driving forces in trying to make sure that accurate information is provided to our children. And just yesterday, in the state Senate, down the hall, they passed Senate Resolution 6 to honor Edith Levy's life. Again, she died last year. She was born in 1926 and survived the Auschwitz concentration camp, one of the few members of her family who actually survived. And she immigrated to the United States in 1948, moved to West Virginia, and she felt like she had a moral obligation to share her experiences with people. She was a founding member of the Holocaust Education Commission here in West Virginia and died at the age of 97 just last year. This amendment that was put into the bill that we're discussing now to require education on Holocaust was a tribute to Edith. It was done on the same day that the Senate passed Senate Resolution 6. It's not about computer science. That's true. But apparently it was ruled germane. And it's in the bill, and it's before us today. It's not before us today because of something that we did on the House side. It's not something before us today because it's something that our party did. It's something that the Senate did, and it is before us today. And that's why I think it's important for us to talk about that. The amendment itself is a single paragraph, and it gives some guidance about age-appropriate instruction on the Holocaust. I'm not going to read the whole thing to save some time, but it requires it to be taught in a manner that leads to an investigation of human behavior and an examination of what it means to be a responsible and respectful person, for the purposes of encouraging tolerance of diversity in a pluralistic society, and for nurturing and protecting democratic values and institutions. And while the Holocaust was such a tragic event for so many millions of people, Jews and non-Jews, what we can do, we could take a horrible historical situation and use it to help our children understand the importance of our democratic institutions and the importance of a pluralistic, diverse society. That's why this is so important. And that's why I would ask to vote no on this motion. so that Holocaust education could be included in our state code.
Is there further debate on the gentleman's motion? Gentleman from the 59th, Douglas Shamlin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Chair of Education yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand the effect of the Senate amendment. Would the Senate amendment have the effect of requiring a half credit for a Holocaust class?
What it would do is it takes away the requirement of both personal finance, which is already in code for half credit, and half credit for the computer science is what the purpose of the bill was to add in. And it says or is what they're doing. It's one or the other, not both, which was the intent of the original bill. And then expanding it for being taught from 9th grade on so that students can get those requirements in that are going to VOTEC in the 11th or 12th grade.
Thank you for yielding.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I want to urge us to refuse to concur because the Holocaust is taught extensively in 11th grade U.S. history. I've taught that course several times, and I can assure you that it is in the content standards. There are many things that are taught in history classes and in all academic subjects that we do not codify into state code. Indeed, it would be overly burdensome and micromanaging education if we codified every single content standard into our code of laws. So I support the motion.
Gentleman from the 93rd, Douglas Hornby, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The intent of this bill was to add computer science as a half credit. I had no problem with the Holocaust language, but the intent was to add computer science, not to take away from the finance that we passed last year, the personal finance. So I urge rejection and concur with the gentleman.
Gentleman from the 6th, Douglas Stevens, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To back up the gentleman from the 59th, if you would like to see in our West Virginia content standards, it's U.S. Studies Comprehensive, it's ss.usc.27, and in Contemporary Studies, which is a different course, ss.cs.21, both deal with the studies of the Holocaust. So if you'd like to check those out, they're both in there in our content standards for the state of West Virginia. Thank you.
Do we have other debate on the motion offered by the gentleman from the 61st, Douglas Jeffries? Okay, if not, the question again is the motion offered by the gentleman from the 61st, Douglas Jeffries, that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and title amendments on committee substitute for House Bill 5553. A roll call on that vote on that motion is requested. Is a demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Question is, shall the motion be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 78 ayes, 21 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. The clerk will please report the next Senate. No, before the clerk reports the next Senate message, chair is advised by the clerk that in order for the Senate message or for the House message on Senate Bill 155 to be communicated to the House, the chair must name the conferees. So at this time on Senate Bill 155, for that committee of conference on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, on the part of the House, the chair will name the gentleman of the 51st, Douglas Fast, the gentleman of the 95th, Douglas Hurst, and the gentleman of the 76th, Douglas Garcia, as conferees on the part of the House. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate with respect to that bill. Clerk will please report the next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 5223 to create the Southern Coalfield Resiliency and Revitalization Program.
That message will not be received at this time. Clerk will please report the next of the Senate messages.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 5349 West Virginia Truth in Food Labeling Act.
That message will be received. Gentleman from the 61st, Dr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendments have clarified and improved the bill, furthering its intended purpose. The amendments have incorporated recommendations by the Department of Agriculture and stakeholder groups. The bill now requires a means of due process with proper procedures for violations, enforcement actions, and appeals. It now provides that if any provision duplicates or conflicts with federal law, that provision shall not apply and federal law controls. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendments with further amendment.
The gentleman moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment. This is a debatable question. Gentleman from the 54th, Doug Pushkin, is recognized on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. You said that they took into account meetings with stakeholders, and no pun intended this time. Who are the was it the companies that produced some like Beyond and Impossible? Were they included, or representatives of that group in the stakeholder meeting?
So they were not included, but recommendations that they provided to delegates. Okay. They were not, but recommendations made were included in this.
Okay. All right. So it was mainly the Farm Bureau, I guess. So some of the concerns with this was that they would have to have special labeling just for this market, which is, we would all agree, is unfortunately a fairly small market. Was that addressed, or would they be able to, like, if the same package they could sell in Ohio, they could sell in West Virginia?
So this is an issue of state-by-state regulation. This is why we have a whole local this is to the state and we'll try to tell that the feds actually get for it.
It is a state-to-state regulation, but this is merely just a stopgap until the feds establish consistency.
Okay. Well, there are federal regulations on that. Usually interstate commerce like that is controlled by federal regulations. That's the problem I had with this bill to begin with. What is the further amendment we're adding?
It's technical. The changes in trafficking oversight is the word fishery.
It's technical oversight and just includes the word fishery into the bill. Fishery products.
Fishery products. Okay, thank you for yielding.
Very welcome.
The question is still on the gentleman's motion. Is there other debate on the gentleman's motion on House Bill 5349? If not, the question is on the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 5349. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate. You'll have to pass the bill. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill as amended? Is there debate on the bill as amended? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill as amended, yes, gentleman from 54th, Doug Pushkin is recognized. On the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the bill.
For the same reason that I opposed the bill before, I stand in opposition to the bill. We're getting involved with interstate commerce. I think it's unreasonable to impose these types of labeling requirements on products that really going to look the same in any grocery store that you go to throughout the country or throughout the world, thinking they're going to be able to change their packaging just for the market. They're more likely just not to ship it here. I also don't see how it could possibly be enforced if you're going to be out on the interstate stopping trucks delivering a product to Kroger's and going with making sure the packaging is up to our standards. Also, it's not about what the ingredients. The ingredients are obviously listed on the package anyway, just like on any food product. This is about putting what I feel, some unreasonable requirements on these types of packaging. The ingredients are already on it. Also, it does affect one small locally owned West Virginia company that's in the Moundsville area. Would have a negative impact on them. For those reasons, I'll be voting no.
The question still is, shall the bill pass? Is there other debate on the bill? Is there other debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, we had 88 ayes, 9 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5349, West Virginia Truth in Food Labeling Act.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment Committee substitute for House Bill 5544 relating to requiring certain reporting from the Mountaineer Trail Network Authority each year.
The message will be received. Gentleman the 61st.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate amended into House Bill 5544 the Mountain Bike Responsibility Act. This change would contradict the House prior action on Senate Bill 774. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House refuse to concur with the Senate amendment and request the Senate to recede.
The gentleman's motion is that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 5544 and ask the Senate to recede from its position. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further Senate messages? Okay, if not, resolutions, petitions, bills introduced, motions, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 837, reorganizing offices of public defender corporations to conform to circuit reconfiguration.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman the 8th, Kelly to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. This bill amends the code to provide that the public defender corporations have until July 1st, 2025 to fully reconfigure their offices to match the new circuits that were created during the 2023 regular session. That is a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. We have 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 837, reorganizing offices of public defender corporations to conform to circuit reconfiguration.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the gentleman's motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 850, updating Consumer Credit and Protection Act.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. Gentleman from the 51st to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the code to update the practice of litigation financing. It expands the current act to apply to litigation financing where corporations are the party receiving the financing and maintains the disclosure requirements currently in the code. In those instances, it has a prohibition on assignment of a contract. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 92nd, Douglas Heights, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good bill. I'll be a no.
Okay. Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 87 ayes, 11 nays, 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 850, updating Consumer Credit and Protection Act.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 858, clarifying filing requirements and deadlines in property tax cases.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend. Are there amendments to the bill? If not, clerk will please read the bill a third time.
Senate Bill 858, clarifying filing requirements and deadlines in property tax cases.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman from the 51st to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill concerns appeals of property tax assessments and provides relief to taxpayers whose appeals may have been dismissed because they did not request reconsideration of evaluation by an assessor or the county commission. The bill provides that a taxpayer's failure to file a petition in writing, register a complaint, or request an informal review does not bar the Office of Tax Appeals from hearing a property tax appeal. The bill provides the Office of Tax Appeals the ability, but not the requirement, to accept appeals in situations where the taxpayer may have failed to request reconsideration of an assessor or county commission. That's a summary, Mr. Speaker. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 858, clarifying filing requirements and deadlines in property tax cases.
Are there title amendments?
Delegate Fast moves to amend the title.
The question is on the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect July 1st, 2024.
The question now is on the gentleman's motion that the bill take effect July 1st, 2024. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective July 1st, 2024. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 864, clarifying reporting requirements of Grant Transparency and Accountability Act.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman from the 72nd, Douglas Riley, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would amend the provisions of the Grant Transparency and Accountability Act. Under current law, several types of grants are excluded from this section's definition of a state grant for which a report was required. One of those, a federal pass-through funds that are subject to the Federal Single Audit Act. The bill proposes to exclude from the definition of state grants the funds required to match federal grants. The bill also excludes the definition of state grants of grants made by the West Virginia Water Development Authority. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 864, clarifying reporting requirements of Grant Transparency and Accountability Act.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the gentleman's motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman the 27th. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 872, relating to county fire service fees.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman from the 12th, Dr. Chris, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. The bill would amend provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to county fire service fees. The bill would allow the county commissions to accept the resolution from a county fire board to change the fire fee, but the county commission would decide whether or not to take the action on a resolution or whether or not to accept the fire board's recommended changes or amend them prior to submitting the question to the voters. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, we had 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent. The majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 872, relating to county fire service fees.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the gentleman's motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, we have 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 873, schedule for tax installment payments.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 12th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to monthly installment severance tax payments. The bill would change the due date of the June payment from June 15th to June 30th. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 873, schedule for tax installment payments.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 875, relating to certain insurance coverage provided by BRIM.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on the 12th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will place a moratorium until July 1st, 2025 on any new or additional insurance coverage by the State Board of Risk and Insurance Management for the non-state entities such as political subdivisions, charitable or public service organizations, or emergency medical services agencies. The bill will also authorize BRIM to non-renew any policy of liability or other insurance now provided to these entities upon a 60-day advance notice to the insured. These provisions would not apply to county boards of education, teachers, supervisory or administrative staff persons, service personnel, county superintendents of schools, school board members, public charter schools, or any other person required to be insured by the board pursuant of code. I urge passage.
You've heard the bill explained. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman from the 20th, Doug Foster, is recognized.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Why is the moratorium only till 2025? I actually thought that we would do this. Why are we doing this anyway?
This is a policy change that came over from the Senate.
Well, and why my question is, I would prefer it to just, we stop doing these. It's gotten us in a lot of trouble before, but this would only put the moratorium till 2025?
And then, yes, and then we can come back next year and actually see if this has helped the situation. But also the fact that the board, it authorizes the board for non-renewal of any policy of liability insurance or other insurance now provided to these entities upon a 60-day advance notice. Similar to what you get or I would get in our private businesses when certain insurance companies decide to not take certain classes of business.
So this is, but there's no amendment on this? If we pass this as is?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Hey, I think this is a good step in the right direction, but really we should have done much more with this. We had testimony that said that this has gotten us into a lot of trouble on the financial side for our state. So I would urge that those of you come back next year, take a good hard look at this and make it a permanent limitation on offering these type of coverages.
Question now, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Yes, gentleman from the 36, Doug Green.
Rule 49, Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me?
Rule 49, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, under the set of facts relayed by the gentleman from the 36, Doug Green, to the chair previously, it is the ruling of the chair. The gentleman does belong to a class of greater than 5 individuals and is therefore eligible to vote on this question. The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 93 ayes, 5 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 875 relating to certain insurance coverage provided by BRIM.
Are there title amendments? If not, are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question is on the gentleman's motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 11 o'clock, which is our customary time for introductions. Are there introductions?
The delegate from the 38th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 of my colleagues from Princeton Community Hospital that are in the North Gallery. Both of them have ties to this body. First, if Dr. Dana Olson would stand up. He's the father of the House Health Counsel, Leif Olson. And then Dr. Marshall Long, who was a former delegate of this body. If the House would make them both feel welcome.
Delegate from the 77th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I'm proud to say I'm joined today by my granddaughter coming down from Wexford, PA, along with her mother, Michelle, and father, Ryan, and my wife, Lois. Please make them welcome.
The gentlelady from the 56th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to announce a page that I have with me. If she would stand up, I've got Carly Coleman from Andrew Jackson Middle School, and her parents, Tiffany and Michael Coleman, are up in the gallery. If everyone would make them feel welcome.
The delegate from the 36th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to introduce my son as a page, Joseph Green, if you'll stand. House, make him feel welcome.
The gentlelady from the 63rd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce two handsome guys, my husband, Will Dipman, and Kristen King from Finance's husband, David King. Will you two handsome guys please stand up? And let's make them feel welcome.
The gentlelady from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to announce some special guests today. Y'all think you have to put up with me for 60 days. They get me for 365. Up in the South Gallery, if my family would stand up, I've got my husband, Mark, and 2 out of 5 of my kids, Chase and Willow. The House would make them welcome, please.
The delegate from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us as pages from Putnam County, and these are homeschool students, a wonderful family here. We have, and if these folks will stand up as I call their names, Gunnar Foster, Louisa Foster, Felicity Foster, Adelheim Foster, and they're chaperoned by their parents, Kevin and Amy Foster, and also siblings, Callista and Garrett, if they would stand up in the House. Welcome all these folks, please.
The delegate from the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I see the Hodge family, if they'll all stand. Many of you will recognize Hayden. He's been working very hard over the last few months, seeing through the passage of Senate Bill 280, which I hope is coming up here shortly. So I would just like to say great job, Hayden, and the House will please make them all feel welcome.
The delegate from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have a couple pages here with us today. First, we have Cameron Davis Smith. She is from Andrew Jackson Middle School, and here with her mother, Chastity Smith. I also have Abigail Phillips from Hayes Middle School, and she has her mother, Kate Phillips. Would the House please make them feel welcome?
The delegate from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce in the digital gallery my mother, Patty Fogan, and my mother-in-law, Pam Shank, who have been watching us all session.
The delegate from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're joined today in the South Gallery by my wonderful mother and father. If they would please stand in the House, please make them feel welcome. I appreciate you. Gentleman to 46, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Williams, up in our, I believe in our North Gallery, Jasper Lippert is here. If the House would please make him welcome.
Do we have other introductions? If not, Gentleman 96.
Mr. Speaker, I move, subject to announcements, that the House recess until 12:30.
Are there announcements? Gentleman to 72nd, Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans will caucus in the East Wing Committee Room immediately upon recess.
Are there other announcements? If not, the question's on the motion that the House recess until 12:30. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until 12:30. House will please return to order. The clerk has a message from the Senate.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4350 relating to appointment of candidates after filing period.
Message be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The changes made by the Senate amendment are twofold. First, it provides 2 additional days for a vacancy filing appointment to be made by a county chairman if a county executive committee has refused to act to fill a vacancy. Second, the House prohibited appointment of a candidate to fill a ballot vacancy where no person had filed to run for the office. The Senate added to this that no ballot vacancy may be filled where there is a withdrawal without cause. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment.
The lady moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 4350. This is a debatable question. Is there debate on the motion? Chair recognizes the gentleman on the 54th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you. The delegate yield. Lady
Yes.
Yield. Okay. The changes that were made, they added a deadline if the county committee doesn't make the appointment, then the county chair can. What's that deadline that they added?
They have 2 additional days.
And those are?
And those are
2 additional days after the deadline would have expired for the county.
So you have your candidate filing period.
There are 2 additional days after the county committee.
Okay, not 2 dates, 2 days. So you get 2 days after the candidate filing period?
No, 2 days after the county committee's ability to appoint would have expired.
After the county committee's ability to appoint has expired. They have 2 additional days.
I'm confused because what the bill did, it took away the county committee's ability to appoint completely. As it left the House, it just said candidate filing period, that's it. So if nobody files, then that party doesn't get to appoint. That's how the bill was as it left the House. So now what is it?
That is still the case.
That's still the case?
Yes.
So I'm confused.
We're talking about an instance when someone has withdrawn.
This is only in an instance when one has withdrawn with cause. If they just withdrew, then the party doesn't get to appoint anybody, and somebody runs unopposed.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Speaker. This
gentleman is recognized.
I still don't really understand the need for legislation like this. It just makes it more difficult to fill the ballot, which is harmful to voters, and it only benefits incumbents. It only benefits people in this side of the building or that side of the building. Not sure why we're doing. I think voters deserve more choices, not less. There's absolutely no need for this. And it was stated before when this bill came up, well, we deserve to know who we're running against. Well, you're not going to know if there's a primary on the other side anyway. You won't know until May. It's just a ridiculous bill. It should be called the Incumbency Protection Act because that's all it's good for.
Is there debate on the motion by the lady from the 71st that the House concur in the Senate amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 4350? If not, those in favor of adoption of that motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 80 ayes, 15 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4350 relating to appointment of candidates after filing period.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 71st.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I move that the effective date is January the 1st, 2025.
Lady moves that the bill become effective January 1st, 2025. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, we had 83 ayes, 12 nays, and 5 members absent, 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective January 1st, 2025. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4975 relating to establishing a foster care information system.
The message will be received. Ladies from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although the Senate amendment gives the department a bit more time to get it up and running, the bill also expands upon the acquisition and function of the new web-based communication system and requires a report to the legislature on its status by the end of this year. Therefore, I move to concur in the amendment and the title amendment.
Lady in the 71st moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 4975. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, we have 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4975 relating to establishing a foster parent information system.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from its passage.
The question is on the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill effective for passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in part and refused in part on the House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 632 relating to Dangerousness Assessment Advisory Board Multidisciplinary Study Group.
Message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate refused to concur with the House amendment and requested the House to recede. The House amendment changed the composition of the study group steering committee from the listed persons, including the chairman of the Dangerousness Assessment Advisory Board, to a steering committee comprised of members selected by the Commissioner for the Bureau of Public Health. The steering committee would have some degree of governance over the study group, which consists of multiple disciplines across the mental health field. Allowing the composition of the steering committee to be in the sole discretion of one unelected government official could compromise the important mission of the study group, which is to develop a strategic plan to divert adults and juveniles with mental illness, development disabilities, cognitive disabilities, and substance use disorders away from the criminal justice system into treatment and to promote continuity of care and interventions. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House recede in part from its amendment.
Lady moves that the House recede in part from its amendment on committee substitute for Senate Bill 632. Is there debate on the lady's motion that the House recede in part from its amendment on committee substitute for Senate Bill 632? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 632 relating to Dangerousness Assessment Advisory Board Multidisciplinary Study Group.
Are there title amendments? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill take effect from its passage.
Lady from the 71st moves that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, we have 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent, 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Clerk will please report the next of the Senate messages.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4911 relating to the sale of raw milk.
Message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendments, 1, clarified the definition of raw milk. 2, required the addition of a warning label on containers for raw milk sales. 3, removed the seller immunity provision. 4, authorized the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture in consultation with the Department of Health to propose rules for the raw milk dairy industry standards. And 5, clarified the title of the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
Lady from the 71st moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments on committee substitute for House Bill 4911. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 54th, Douglas Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you. Lady yield. So did I hear this correctly? They removed the section that grants immunity from liability for sellers of raw milk?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I can vote for it. Thanks.
Gentleman from the 65th, Douglas Martin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield for a question?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Pretty much what he was asking about the immunity for provision for sellers, is there any immunity provision at all now in there?
No.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Is there other debate on the motion? If not, the question again is on the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments on committee substitute for House Bill 4911. Those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that, gentleman from the 7th, Delegate Sheedy, your vote did not register. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, we had 95 ayes, 1 nay, and 4 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4911 relating to the sale of raw milk.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 5257 relating generally to allowing the Supreme Court of Appeals discretion to create uniform pay scales for all levels of judicial support staff.
The message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment was used to craft the language of Senate Bill 725, which failed to pass House Judiciary. Senate Bill 725 is a bill pertaining to criminal procedure, bail bonds, etc., and this House bill pertains to pay scales for judicial support staff. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur with both the Senate amendment and the title amendment and request the Senate to recede.
The question is on the lady's motion that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 5257 and ask that the Senate recede from its position therefrom. Is there debate on the motion? Gentleman 94th, Douglas Kumps, recognized.
Permission to speak on the motion?
Yes, gentleman is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you. Great googly moogly. Let me give you a little bit of more history on this bill. This bill was soundly defeated in its original form in the Judiciary Committee. Then the lobbyist wife of the senator who was one of the sponsors of the bill sent an email to the members of the Judiciary Committee essentially saying we didn't understand what we were voting on and to please reconsider. The Republicans of the committee were given an opportunity to meet with that senator to further explain his concerns. We still wouldn't reconsider. And now the Senate has decided to take this bill and put another bill inside it. I just think that this is contrary to common sense and common courtesy. I think we ought to go ahead with the motion and refuse the Senate's version.
Gentleman of 57, like Lewis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't have said it better than the gentleman. I'm sorry, I don't know your district number. But yeah, this was soundly defeated in judiciary, and I would question its germaneness. So I would agree. Thank you.
Is there other debate on the motion that the House refuse to concur and ask that the Senate recede from its position on House Bill 5257? If not, those in favor of adoption of that motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment, committee substitute for House Bill 5024, relating to exempting non-grantor trusts administered in this state from the personal income tax.
The message will be received. Lead in the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment makes clear that the exemption from income tax is for the non-grantor trust and not the licensed private trust company itself. A non-grantor trust is an irrevocable trust that is by federal law taxable at the entity level, as opposed to being taxed to the trust grantor as a grantor trust is. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question is on the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 5024. Gentleman, the 52nd row is recognized.
So, with the Senate amendment, is it pretty much the bill that we sent over?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there further debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 5024 will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5024, relating to exempting non-grantor trusts administered in this state from the personal income tax.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 5223 to create the Southern Coalfield Resiliency and Revitalization Program.
Message to be received. Laid in the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment removed all state participation on the council and rewrote one section of code in such a way that it could cause a financial burden on county commissions. The changes defeat the purpose of the bill. The proposed amendment restores the committee substitute for House Bill 5223 so that it matches the language that was passed by the House with a few key exceptions. First, the proposed amendment provides that the Departments of Economic Development, Health, Human Services, and Agriculture, as well as the West Virginia Housing Development Fund, may not create any new provisions or hire any additional employees to implement the provisions of the article. Second, the proposed amendment provides that council members may not be compensated for their services. And third, the proposed amendment removes the representative from the Regional Planning and Development Council from the Revitalization Council and names that individual as a contributing partner instead. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and with further amendment.
Lady from the 71st moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment on committee substitute for House Bill 5223 with further amendment. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, we have 90 ayes, 6 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 5223 to create the Southern Coalfield Resiliency and Revitalization Program.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 4297, Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act.
Message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment creates a statutory recognition that correctional officers of the DCR with the power to arrest and who are authorized to carry firearms are qualified law enforcement officers, as that term is defined by LEOSA. It creates criteria for LEOSA coverage, including authorizing the Commissioner to issue a LEOSA certification card to eligible correctional officers. The LEOSA language in the Senate amendment is consistent with the prior enactments of the legislature, recognizing LEOSA rights for employees of the state with powers of arrest and who qualify annually with firearms. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question is on the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 4297. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We had 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4297, Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendment with further amendment and title amendment and passed Senate Bill 146, creating Adult Education Task Force.
Message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment provides that the state superintendent of schools consult with the Chancellor for Community and Technical College Education in appointing community members to the task force. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question is on the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on Senate Bill 146. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the lady's motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares that motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of adoption of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 92 ayes, 4 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 146, creating Adult Education Task Force.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in the House amendment, with further amendment and passed Senate Bill 164 relating generally to trespassing.
That message will be received laid in the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House amendment set the fine for certain trespass offenses at not less than $100. The Senate amended the amendment to clarify an upper limit on such fines at not more than $1,000. The Senate amendment did not make this clarification in both places. This fine appeared in the House amendment. The Senate amendment does no harm to the bill and creates certainty with regard to a fine for criminal offense, which is consistent with West Virginia law. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment with further amendment to incorporate the Senate language into both relevant sections of the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, consideration of this amendment would constitute a tertiary amendment. So at this time, are there objections to suspending the rules to permit the offering and consideration of a tertiary amendment to the bill? No objections are heard. Question then is on the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment to the House amendment to the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 164. Gentleman from the 67th, Dr. Coop Gonzalez, recognized.
Yeah, just point of inquiry. What is a tertiary amendment?
Well, this is a tertiary amendment. Gentleman is correct. Yes.
Oh, could you explain that a little
Yes.
more?
Under the applicable rules of the House, of the legislature for that matter, a bill may be amended under the normal rules only twice. So 2 pending amendments may be under consideration at a time without a rule suspension. To permit consideration of a tertiary amendment, or rather an amendment to the 3rd degree, as the rules sometimes refer to them, it did require a rule suspension by this body for consideration of the lady's motion. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question then is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, we have 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 164 relating generally to trespassing.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and title amendment House Bill 4945 relating generally to the Hope Scholarship Program.
The message will be received later in the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment strengthens the bill by including the following changes. 1, providing for the issuance of diplomas by microschools, learning pods, or individualized instructional programs pursuant to the Hope Scholarship Act. 2, expanding definitions, including a definition for individualized instructional program, which includes for instruction at home or another location. 3, adds a section to ensure that all Hope Scholarship participants have the same rights and privileges as public, private, and homeschool students. 4, modifies Hope Scholarship board membership to include diverse representation and clarifies board powers. 5, clarifies Hope Scholarship award process. 6, modifies the manner in which needed funding is determined. 7, clarifying qualifying expenses provision. And 8, requires the Hope Scholarship Board to promulgate legislative rules for certain matters. 9, clarifies provisions regarding annual participation in the program. And 10, requiring the board to make annual reports to LOCIA. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendment and title amendment.
The lady moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 4945. Is there debate on the motion that we concur? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 80 ayes, 17 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4945, relating generally to the Hope Scholarship Program.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has concurred in part and refused in part on the House amendments to Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 17, authorizing Department of Health to promulgate legislative rules.
The message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate removed the change which required hospitals to more readily share federally required quality measures with their patients. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House recede in part with the Senate amendment.
The question now is on the lady's motion that the House recede in part from the House amendment to the Senate amendment to committee substitute for Senate Bill 17. Is there discussion on the motion? Lady from the 73rd, Delegate Summers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a rules bundle, so my message, of course, says that we need to concur with this and move forward. However, when I listened to the message yesterday, I heard the Senate say that this amendment, and this is the amendment that required hospitals to put something on their page that access publicly reported data on quality. Data that's already required. But I heard them say this was debated in the Rules Committee and it failed, and that's why it should fail again. There's really no point in this process if the Rules Committee rejects something and then you work all session to perfect that, to make it better, to work with the stakeholders and say, I understand you don't like this part of this, but what if I scale it back to this? And then that's used as an excuse. I hope that this body, because we limit choices in healthcare, I hope that this body starts to insist that quality and price transparency are available to our constituents so they know who to choose to take care of them and their family. How do you know now? You call someone that works at that hospital and you say, who would you go to if you need this surgeon? Which hospital would you go to? Who has the best? Who has that? If you don't know someone that works there, then you need to be able to look at their site and see what their quality data is. Are they rated an A, a B, a C, a D, an F? Do they have infections every time you turn around because they don't do good aseptic care? These are things our people deserve to know, and if we as a body are going to continue to limit the choices that they have, we need to do better. So I'm not going to, this is my message, and I know it has to move forward, but just things to contemplate in the future. Thank you.
Lady from the 49th, Delegate Tully is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just the other day on a bill, you heard me talk about the Hospital Association and wanting to move something meaningful forward. Had they wanted to move something meaningful forward, they would not have fought against this amendment to the rules bundle. I'm going to give you some statistics. Patients are 4 times more likely to die from a preventable blood clot, twice as likely to suffer a deep pressure ulcer or a bed sore, and 9 times more likely to have a surgical hemorrhage if they choose the worst performing hospital instead of the best, at least according to the CMS ratings. And I want you to think about cost. We talk about making this place better for our employers. And Those employers provide health insurance, and who pays those bills when you do have a complication? It's your health insurance, and it's also your PEIA. It's not just Medicare, it's also Medicaid, so we're paying those bills. Why would the Hospital Association not want that information transparent, tangible, and accessible on a hospital website so that each person could go and look for themselves on that individual hospital site? Say I want to go to Cabell Huntington or I want to go to Ruby Memorial. That information should be right there on that site when they start to look for physicians' names, that they can access it and look at the quality measures. I won't hold up this rules bundle either, but I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we insist on so little from these individuals. Thank you.
Question remains on the motion by the lady from the 71st that the House recede in part from its amendments. Gentleman from the 54th, Delegate Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chair of Health yield.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying we should just go along with it. What happens, say we don't want to, enough of us don't want to, stand up for what's right, then what happens if the rules bundle isn't passed? What else is in there?
Well, it is an entire rules bundle. I presented it a week or so ago. And I mean, it has all kinds of different agency rules in it. So I don't want us to do that, but I do want us to just be mindful of things that you should consider in the future.
Thank you.
Is there other debate on the motion? Gentleman from the 11th, Delegate Fehrenbach, is recognized.
One comment that I'll share. If you remember this number and share it with your constituents or this website, go to hospitalsmartwv.com. It has an option to select the type of service that you want performed, and then it will bring up every hospital in the state of West Virginia that performs that service. I just pulled up hip replacement. Not that I need one, but it's there, and you can then go look at each one of those hospitals that provide that service and compare the services you would get at that hospital, including price. So that information is out there for consideration and comparison. Thank you.
Is there other debate on the motion by the lady from the 71st? If not, the question again is that the House recede in part from its amendments on committee substitute for Senate Bill 17. Those in favor of adoption of the lady's motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes appear to have it. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 90 ayes, 5 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 17, authorizing Department of Health to promulgate legislative rules.
Are there title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill take effect from its passage.
Question now is on the lady's motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. We have 94 ayes, 1 nay, and 5 members absent. 2/3 of members having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has refused to concur in the House amendments and requests the House to recede from its amendments on committee substitute for Senate Bill 675, establishing accreditation deadline for convention and visitors bureaus.
Message will be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate initially amended only the title of the bill, which is still consistent with the House amendment. Afterwards, the Senate reconsidered its concurrence in the House amendment, refused to concur, and requested the House to recede. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to recede and request a committee of conference, and that the Speaker be authorized to name 3 conferees.
Lady from the 71st moves that the House refuse to recede from its position on committee substitute for Senate Bill 675, and that the House request a conference committee of 3 on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint a committee of 3 to represent the House in said conference. Is there debate on the motion? Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. On that conference committee, the chair will appoint the gentleman the 87th, Delegate Howe, the lady from the 63rd, Delegate Dittman, and the gentleman the 80th, Delegate Williams. Next, clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has refused to recede from its amendments on House Bill 5237, prohibiting driving slow in left lane except under certain circumstances, and requests that the House agree to a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes. The President has appointed Senators Clements, Oliverio, and Woelfel.
Message to be received. Lady from the 71st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to conference committee and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on part of the House.
Lady from the 71st moves that the House agree to a committee of conference on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses on House Bill 5237, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint a committee of 3 to represent the House in said conference committee. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. On that conference committee, the chair appoints the gentleman of the 16th, Delegate Westfall, gentleman of the 78th, Delegate Shirelli, gentleman of the 5th, Delegate Fluharty. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there other Senate messages at this time? If not, gentleman from 96th.
Mr. Speaker, I move, subject to announcements, that the House recess until 3:30 p.m.
Are there announcements? Gentleman from 96th.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Rules will meet at 3:15 p.m. in the Members' Lounge.
Are there other announcements? Gentleman from 98th, Delegate Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to call members' attention to the manufacturers trade show that's taking place here at the Capitol today. I know we've been kind of on the floor here a good bit, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that takes place until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So if you haven't had a chance to walk down towards the Senate side of the Capitol, perhaps stop down, say hello to some of the manufacturers that are here today. It's a result of the good work that I think we've done here and over the last number of years that has made it possible for these job creators to locate here in West Virginia. So certainly commend the Speaker and the President of the Senate for organizing the trade show today. Please stop down and say hello. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet at 2:15 in the committee room to discuss study resolutions.
Are there other announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House recess until 3:30. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until 3:30.
The House will be in order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 46th, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for purpose of an introduction.
Gentleman from the 46th asks unanimous consent to return to the second order of business. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Gentleman from the 46th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions today on behalf of Delegates Jeffries, Riley, and Clark in the South Gallery. If you'll stand up, it's our friend Alex McLaughlin, and he's joined up there by my brother Danny Campbell. Will the House please make them welcome?
The gentlelady from the 73rd District, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, my husband's come down to last out the last 8 hours with us. If he would stand, his name's Rod, and we'll make him welcome.
The gentleman from the 74th District, Delegate Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery is my beautiful wife that didn't want recognized. If you all could make her feel welcome. Thank you.
Are there further introductions? Are there further introductions? If not, at this time, without objection, as is customary on our last night, we're going to recognize a few of our members to give parting remarks. So at this time, the chair will recognize the gentleman from the 44th District, Delegate Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. This is supposed to be my farewell speech, but I think I may have already given a couple farewell speeches last year. So we'll just mark this down as another one. I can remember when I was a very young child, my parents used to bring me to the state capitol or to Charleston every year to watch the state basketball tournaments. And I can always remember my dad pointing out this capitol and me thinking as a young child in that back seat, barely old enough to look over the window, and just dreaming of being under this dome one day and being able to serve the people of my state. And when I say just dreaming, I mean literally just dreaming. I had no intentions of ever being lucky enough